Jared, can you hear me?
Yep. What's up, man?
Okay, fellas. Looks like we got a full room. Well, good morning. Good to see you guys again. Last week I saw you in live and living color, so that was a good thing. And I actually want to chat a little bit about some of the things I saw, some of the things that hopefully we accomplished or been accomplishing along the way, and just kind of walking through what is getting ready to, I call it, we're transitioning. Some of you will be transitioning from test in a few weeks. And so I want to make sure that for the sake of today, that you actually hear some information that's going to help you as you do that, as you transition and as you move forward. So last week, while I was present and while Otto was there as well, working through and trying to help you guys and get you to embrace what it is that you needed to embrace, and making sure that you could follow up or redo or recreate these things that he's asked you to recreate. So one of the questions that I have, and anybody's more than willing to share their details or just conversate around, we did a mock pro day, correct, on Monday?
Yes.
Okay. So some of you ran 40s and got to see some times, I'd assume. Is that accurate?
Fortunately.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Some of us probably liked what we saw. Some of us was like, oh my goodness, I've been eating well, trimming and everything. And maybe I got slower, or maybe I got faster, or remained the same. So one of the things we have to make sure that we're looking at and understanding is where we are right now. I mean, we talked about this in goal setting. We need to know where we are, so that way we know where we need to get to, and then how do we go about getting there. So one of the things that Otto and I both talked about last week while we were together was the unique space that you all are in. And we chatted a little bit about just the work that we've done. He asked me some very interesting questions that we actually shared some of the same answers. So one of the things that we need to make sure, because he is tentatively, I believe, coming back in a couple of weeks or in a week or so. And so this is what we need to make sure that we're doing. Between now and then is what I will share with you all is with regards to starts and placement and technical things that he's been sharing with you all individually and collectively as a group, is that there are moments when we're fooling around and just keeping it real, where that is an opportunity for you all to work on those things. Some people there, like, I've videoed the change that needed to happen, so that way you can replicate it over and over again. And that's the beauty of what I shared with you 2 weeks ago around using imagery as an opportunity to create and get extra practice or extra reps in, because we need to be able to see the things that we're doing in order for our body to believe that it can be done. And then ultimately we can execute it, especially under times of stress and anxiety. And so at some point, we're all going to leave here and we're going to be left on our own devices. And if we don't have video, if we don't have notes, if we don't have essentially all the information that you all have been receiving over the last, few weeks, then all your time here will kind of be for nothing. And I don't want that to be the case. And so I'm today, if you will, going to kind of give you a little bit of a pep talk, but also just to kind of share with you what we typically see between now and essentially your pro day, when that shows up. So what I need everybody to do, if you are a phone note taker or a notepad note taker, but you should be straight up taking notes. And so the first note that you need to write in your phone, in your note section, or wherever it is you're going to be writing, is the date of your pro. Some of you know that off the top. Some of you might need to look it up. Some of you may get 2 pro days, which is an amazing opportunity. So let's write that down somewhere. Somewhere. While you're writing that down, I will alert you that today is February the 16th. So next to that or underneath that, I need you to figure out how many days are left between today and your pro day. We gotta do a little math. Remember, February only has 28 days. So we only have 12 days in this month. Okay. Hopefully we're able to do some math, subtraction, some something, some adding, some algebra. So now that we've been able to do that, can I just like to hear, what are some of the number of days people have? Just throw them out. Okay.
28.
Okay.
42.
Okay.
3 weeks.
3 weeks as in 15 days, or 3 weeks as in 21 days?
It's in 21 days.
21 days?
Yeah.
Okay, because 3 weeks could be, in a banking world, that's only 15 days, but in reality, it might be 21 days. That's a big difference. Okay, if you had 6 extra days to prepare for something, that we need to take advantage of all 6 of those. Okay, so what we're going to do is, as you guys are listening and processing this information today, specifically getting ourselves ready for these pro days, some of us have an intermediary piece in there with a combine. We're also hopeful that after your pro day, you can get some individual workouts, which would be awesome. So there's some opportunities. So the main piece is, when we start backwards planning, we now can at least take a look at how much time we have left to actually accomplish the goals that we're looking to accomplish for ourselves. Everybody in the room is looking to get a job. Everybody wants a job with an NFL football team. Some of us may get that opportunity. Some of us may get an opportunity and then we lose our job essentially. And then we're looking for some other option, some other work, whether it's Canadian football or whatever else might be the case for us. It just is the reality of where we are. And so we need to understand that. But we also need to understand, like, how much time, literally time, do I have from now until? Because we have to start thinking about putting in the energy and effort that is required for you to take somebody else's job. Okay, this is the reality of where we're headed. We're trying to give ourselves an opportunity to take somebody else's job. And if you were that person, you would not want somebody else that's sitting in this room to take their job. So you can imagine what they're doing to prevent you from taking their job. And that's really the reality of what we have. I mean, that's the truth. And so we have to be able to start shifting our mentality as far as, like, understanding, I'm trying to take someone's job that's had it. So they've had a taste of it. They know what it's like. And so now you're trying to take that away from somebody. Now, many of you know that that's not what you want to see happen. If somebody came, you've all played college ball and you get it. You know what it's like to lose a job or somebody to take your job from you or you to take the job from somebody else. So you should know what that feeling is. And we should be able to start thinking about like, okay, I got to go do that to somebody. And I got to start figuring out what I need to do from now until 22 days, 31 days, 41 days, whatever those days are, to start getting myself in the process, in the right mindset, right frame of mind, so that I can accomplish the things that I'm looking to accomplish. Is this making sense? Okay. So last week, for those of you who came into the room, we did a very unique task. We actually were able to figure out the things that we value, our top 5 values. So if you missed that, shame on you. But if you missed that and you want to follow up with that or learn what actually happened while you weren't there, then you need to reach out and get that information. Um, you guys are all adults. So just as Otto and I shared, there's like 30 something of you guys, and he may have has heard from like 5, maybe 6 people. So hopefully he gave you guys his number last week. Hopefully you're texting, hopefully you're communicating, sending videos of new things, of where you are. So this is how we begin to get better and better and better, because we have a short window of time to make a huge impact. And so this is what we're looking to accomplish. Okay. So now that we have this, what I want us to start thinking about is our pro day, and how do we go about this process? Is Brandon, are you in there somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, do you mind me using you as an example?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes or no?
Yeah, that's fine. Yes.
Okay. So Brandon has to be a person that has to go to another university's pro day. How many other players are in that same boat? Okay, there's a few. Okay. So Brandon, can I ask you just to stand and come to the front of the room and actually face your peers? And we're gonna walk this through together. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
All right. So Brandon, you have to go to this new school, it's University of Toledo, by the way, to do the pro day. And Brandon is actually going to another university and taking reps away from other kids who are there. And this is what's happening. So Brandon, what did I share with you that you need to do would be the best way to begin to approach going to another school for their pro day? What's the first kind of thing I shared?
First thing you said to do was to try and find out who's going to be there. So the obvious kids are the kids that go to Toledo. You said to follow them on social media, to reach out to them, introduce yourself, say what's up, almost kind of make it out to be like you, in a way, are trying to be their friend. And then on top of that, you said to get there 2 to 3 days early. So mine's on a Monday. You said to show up to the facility on Sunday, walk through the facility, try and show face, introduce yourself, maybe see where things are, kind of figure out the schedule if you can find it. Yeah.
Okay, good job. So yes, so listen to some of the things that we talked about for the group, right? So we're preparing. Okay, so part of the preparation is we're going to a new place with new people. We didn't play on their team, they're not our friends. However, we have this wonderful thing called social media. We need to be finding out who the seniors are, who the juniors are, who the people are essentially that are going to be at this pro day. Find them, friend them, follow them, or whatever it is we do. Interact a little bit, not like over the top. I mean, what I mean by that is like some of their things, hit them up if they come back, follow you, then you guys know how to do all that. So I would say that's kind of, easy step one. Harder step two is to be able to go to wherever you're going the day before. Stay there, figure out where you're going, meaning drive to the place, figure out where parking is. You guys have all gone to college, and everybody in there probably has a ticket from parking. And it's crazy. Y'all know, it's like, I thought I could park here, but we have to figure out, okay, this is the bubble, this is the field, this is the wherever, and I'm going to figure out where I need to park, how long it's going to take for me to get there. Go out into the facility, look at the turf, different turfs, different feel on the turf. Bring your shoes, run around, look around, see what you can see, take in information that is quote unquote free for you. Do that so that way we're trying to lower the level of anxiety that shows up. Because if we do that, then now we just show up the next day. We've met some people. We kind of have a face that is familiar. People know who you are. You kind of know who they are, and you start. And now you're able to kind of get into, I call it then, the pro day routine, and what that means and what that looks like for you individually. So that's for somebody who is coming from a different place to go to a new place to figure out what they need to do. There's a lot of little steps, but those little steps are very important so that way you can start to understand where you're going, who's going to be there, what the field feels like. It's super important because all of those things are going to help you jump a little higher, lift a little more, run a little faster, cut a little better, do the things necessary to make sure that you are performing at a very high level for that day. Is everybody tracking? Okay. So I think 2 combine guys in there, and we'll chat a little bit about how we quote unquote can do something very similar while we're in Indianapolis. So a similar process. You're going to be there when you get there, and there's different ways to kind of get out on the field, at least to look at it, touch it, run on it, do a little something, or get there super early. There's lots of options. So we'll chat about that aside from here. So that's for somebody who is having to quote unquote travel to school for a pro day. It's a big deal. If any of you in there, I know Brandon and I chatted a little bit last week to have opportunity to do 2 of these. If you have the opportunity to do 2 pro, man, yes, please. Pro everywhere, run wherever. There's just opportunities, more looks, more opportunities for somebody to say, let me go look at this game film. Let me go ask his coach or players or whomever. It's just another look, another opportunity, and you need as many of those as you can. Because this is a quote unquote a long time job interview, if you will. So these are all opportunities for you. So we know how long we're going to be before our pro days show up. We know that we're going to have to start transitioning from test to home, or from test back to school, or from test to somewhere. And so we need to be making sure that we know exactly what we're going to do from the time we leave to the time pro day shows up. The worst thing is for your schedule, if you will, that you've created at test to quote unquote change when you leave and either go back to school or back home. You need to figure out while you're there, before you leave, what you're going to do when you leave. Exactly where I'm going to train for a little bit, where I'm going to run, where I'm going to do. You got to start creating a plan and a process. And if you need to make phone calls or emails or texts or whatever you need to do to kind of do that process, so that way it makes sense. So hopefully that makes, we're following along with that information. So if your pro day is going to be at your university and you're participating in it, there's some things we need to do to make sure that we're prepared. So you will have access to your facility as soon as whenever. Usually, it's usually not a problem. But if you have a player from your university who has done a pro day, or you were there last year when they did pro day, you need to start kind of digging into the vault of your brain and either communicating with those players or with yourself or a coach who kind of helped organize it to get the details of the day. This is if you are going to a school that has a pro day. If you were not there last year during that pro day, you need to either ask some people who were, what was it like, or what was it that they did that was different that they had wished they known. There were some unexpected things that occurred. There's some information that you are missing that you need to have. And you got to have to go find it and search for it and get it. Okay? It's readily available only if you go get it. So if you don't take advantage of that, again, when you show up the day of it and you're like, oh, what? There's no need to do that. Great athletes don't leave things to chance when there's an opportunity to control the narrative. So you have opportunity to control something, then you take advantage of what you can control because much of it is outside of your control to begin with. So the things that you can grab a hold of, you grab a hold of those things. These are the things we're talking about today are the things we can actually grab a hold of and we can have some level of control over. So that way we know what we're looking for, what we're going to get ourselves into. Okay? If you are not a note taker, like in a little pad or something, then I would say for sure at your pro day, you better bring a notepad and something so you can get people's names, numbers, and information that are there, like the scouts and so on and so forth. Super important. You can do that before the day actually starts, and obviously you can stay as long as they stay and get information after it's all said and done. This is an opportunity for you to be assertive in getting information from people. You have to take advantage of the opportunities. All right. Everybody track. Y'all seem tired. You tired? Yeah, it's regen day. Regen day. So, okay. So now that we have this information, there's one more number that we need to quote unquote put in our notes. Okay. So we know what our pro day is. We know what today is. We know how many days we have from today to pro day. The next number we need to write, if you know it, this might be the reason why we didn't do it right away, is we might not know. From the day you leave test to your pro day. So you need to figure out what that number looks like. It might be whatever it might be. I don't know. Hopefully it's no more than 20 days for somebody, but from the day you leave test to your pro day. Hopefully it's. Let me know if somebody has more than 30 days. Anybody have more than 30 days?
No.
No? You do? Can you come up to the front for me? My more than 30-day people? It's just you?
What was the question again?
How many days do you have between pro day and the day you leave test? It's college math. I know. It's like algebra. How many days do you have before or after the in between time?
Oh, you saying from between? You saying
When you leave test, so
nobody's got more than 30 days.
boy. Okay, offensive linemen and quarterbacks in the room. It looks like they need a little help. They need a little college math help. So when I leave test, I don't know when you're leaving. You only know that for the most part. You might be guessing here or there. Maybe you're staying an extra week or something like that, but you kind of have an idea. At least you should. And then from that date to your pro day, there's a subtraction. And it's kind of interesting if we go through a couple months.
Dustin Trump can get it done.
So now, is there anybody that has more than 30 days from the time they leave test till their pro day? Okay. That's supposed to, that's the idea. It's like 33 days or 36 days. We don't have anybody like that. Okay. So the reason why I'm asking is because it's going to lead into the next what we're talking about. So when you leave the structure of test and you go back to the loose structure of where you're going, you see, so now you have to ask yourself, what can I do to create this structure that I've had for 22 days, basically for less than 30 days? You're going to have to figure out how can I create or recreate the structured setting that I've had for 21 days, 23 days, 18 days, 16 days, 13 days, whatever those days are. So now you actually know what you need to kind of take into account. Okay, so now you have a better understanding of, okay, when I leave this structured place, when I then leave this structured place to go to quote unquote an unstructured place, like home, back to school, wherever you go, I have 12 days to worry about. I have 16 days to worry about. I have whatever the days to worry about. So what I would begin to do is I would write out what you should by now know what you do at test. You should know what you do on Monday. You should know what you do on Tuesday. You should know what you do on Wednesday. You should know what you do on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You should know what you're doing. And then you just try your best to recreate the same schedule for those number of days that are going to lead up to your pro day. Some of you will be able to do it like almost perfectly. Some of you will not. But you have to come up with something. When you leave, you can still contact myself and ask questions. At the bottom of the screen, just in case you don't have it, that's my contact. I'm not gonna leave it here for too long because this is on. This is being recorded.
I got a question.
Give it up.
So let's say, like what you were saying with the 30 days, I'm pretty sure most of our days, we probably have like 3 days before, like after we leave test, you got 3 days until your pro day, when you usually get back to your school or whatever. So what should you be doing for those 3 days, like once you get back to your school? Like you said with Brandon, how he going to a different school, what should we be doing at our regular school for those 3 days?
Perfect. Great question. So what I would do is I take advantage of the facility, right? Meaning this is an interesting thing. When you have strangers, if you will, that are going to come to your facility, which is going to happen, people that they're running the pro day, not technically your school. Sometimes it works both ways. The school will run it all the way by themselves. Sometimes a scout or a coach from a team will come and kind of help run the pro day for your school. Depends, but you have to figure that out. I mean, that's ultimately part of the asking of questions, like who is actually running the pro day. So when you get back, if you only have 3 or 4 or whatever those days is, I would take advantage of your facility. I would figure out literally where do they run the 40? Where is the bench press? Which press they're using? Where are they doing the cone drill? Get a good idea, and I would draw. I would draw it out on a piece of paper where you're going, what you're doing, what it looks like in your bubble or in your facility or on your practice field or wherever it is that you're doing this. I would get a stations, like draw okay, over here it's going to be, and over here it's going to be that, and here's going to be the 40, and so I would be getting details so you can have the right images in your mind of what it's going to look like, looking at it, studying it for a little while, and then that should help you get prepared. I would wear your shoes. I would just kind of run and do the drills that you've been doing at test in the bubble and up on the field house. I would do those things at your facility each of the days leading up to your pro day. I would talk with your coaches, ask them, ask your head coach who is running the pro day. They'll know. And if they don't know, say, I really need you to find out so that I can know. And then you can have a even better, more sharper game plan. The key that we're trying to walk through today is literally, I want to take out all the unknowns that we can for many of you, very stressful day. It's going to be stressful. We're going to have a lot of anxiety just because we're excited to show what we can do. And we need to eliminate the unknowns that exist. And these are some of them that we're talking about today that do exist that we can actually eliminate and we have control over. Some stuff we don't know. We just show up and we're ready to go. But for some of these things that I'm sharing with you all today, these are the things that I know for sure that we can control some of these things and at least get some information to help us be able to just get where we're going, perform and do what we need to do. And then ultimately at the end of the day, we'll be able to have our best performance. We have to position ourselves ready mentally, physically, but definitely mentally. So that way we're not like showing up and like, oh man, who? I didn't know he was, yeah, that whole thing. So there's information that we have available to us that can help us get what we need. Someone else have another good question? I like that question. That was a great question. Okay. So nobody has any good questions. That's okay. Has anybody received any questions via any interviews or phone calls that they're open to sharing with the collective group? So that way we can discuss how you answered it. We talked a little bit about that last week. If you want to be, forgot what it was, a cat or a dog. I think that was the thing. But any of those people have asked questions in general that they're like, oh, that was interesting, worth sharing with the team.
I got another question actually. So earlier
Yeah.
you talked about like dieting and eating after the pro day, and just preparing for it or whatever. And I know you talked earlier about like preparing for it before, and I don't want to think too far ahead, but like after the pro day, how should we look? Like, what even happens after the pro day? I haven't even thought past it.
Say that last part. What do you have? What?
After the pro day up until the draft, I don't want to think too far ahead, but I kind of want to like just prepare for it, know where I'm kind of going. You know what I mean? What even happens? I know it's like interviews and workouts and stuff, but like, what should we be doing in the meantime? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I would say that after you get through this first hurdle, right, and then this is why I share too. I'm going to answer that question, and then I'm going to also say that's a great thing to do after your pro day. Hit me up, and we'll chat in details. But what happens after your pro day is you need to, as you kind of shared, you want to stay as sharp as you can for the next quote unquote interview. And this is what we're hoping for, right? We're hoping for some individual workouts. And so if you have individual workouts, we got to stay in shape. You know what I mean? We got to continue doing the things that we need to do after pro day. That's number one. Whether you get individual workers, obviously you need to be staying in shape so that way you get, once by the time draft time comes, you get drafted. Great. Pretty much the following week after the draft is you show up at the facility of the team and you're kind of hustling, grinding, and working. So if you kind of play it out far into the future, if you will, from the pro day moving forward, you're basically looking at staying sharp for workouts, for tryouts, right? Positional work you'll do, a lot of interviews that we hope to do, questions that you'll be getting asked. Hopefully your pro day was well received, and now you begin to get more interviews, more phone calls, more conversations, and hopefully an individual workout. And so that's what we're hoping for. Ultimately, what you're doing from that pro day moving forward is you're pretty much trying to maintain the edge that you've gained these first like almost 3 months of the year. If you're trying to maintain weight, try to maintain weight. You're not trying to balloon up or lose a lot. So there's some things that you take with you from Lauren to do that, and super important. You're basically thinking like way forward. Your process isn't over until week 1, essentially, of the National Football League season, and then you do a, I call it, then you do a, okay, this is where I am. I'm on a team. I'm not on a team. I'm on a practice squad. I'm trying to get on a practice squad, whatever that looks like, whomever's in the room. The things that we see later on in the process, but we're hoping to get all the way through to that space. If we do that, then ultimately your time here would have really been a success. if you get those opportunities. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, there's some uniqueness after your pro day. There's some nuances depending on your position, what you were trying to do. You were trying to cut weight so that you could run faster, and so maybe or bulk up, whatever it is that you're trying to do. So then there's some shifting that needs to take place because when you go do a workout, they're not going to have you run the 40. They're not going to have you do the L drill or the cone drill. They're having you do position work, and they're going to weigh you in, kind of look at you medically, and so there is that we would want to talk through if you after your pro day. But that's a good question. A lot of people, unfortunately, after the pro, gain 40. I'm just teasing, but they lose the think, oh, that's the job. Well, no, you didn't get a job yet. You just interviewed for the job. You still got work to do after the interview. So with that in mind, the reason that I'm sharing with you after your pro day, like you got those numbers, emails, phone numbers, all that, you're spending the next 2, 3, never emailing, texting, calling the people that came to the pro day, trying to follow them on whatever you need, whatever you got to do. Those are contacts, and you have to stay connected to them. Reaching out to them on a weekly basis is usually what I would recommend. Striking up conversations. What are they looking for? What did they see? Is there any room for improvement? So on and so forth. How do we go from here? What do I need to do to get individual work out of the team? Asking questions, communicating with them, staying connected. You would say that that's your agent's job, but I'm being here to help you know, yes, that's a different angle, but you have the opportunity to reach out to them on a personal level, and I would do that. I would absolutely do that. The agent does that for you as well, but it's even better when you speak and read and talk. Another question? Everybody in there ran their fastest 40 time they could? No. Okay. Y'all benched the most you wanted to bench. You got 28 up. I mean, where we at? Anybody really disappointed? Need a pep talk? My fast guys, say they fast. They faster. Okay. So from now until, and quote unquote, from now until you leave, it's all about the little things. And so it's making sure that we're doing the little things and staying on track and on top of those things. Okay. Folks, there you guys have my number. I threw it up on the screen. There it is for you all. If you have individual or personal things you want to ask, then please give me a text and I will respond accordingly in kind. Okay, that's my HIP number. All right, so I appreciate you guys' time. One of the things that, thank you. One of the things that we want to make sure that we're tracking and we're staying on top of is just these small pieces. It's like trying to figure out, how do I maximize my moments so that I can improve to where I'm trying to improve to? And so if we're not maximizing moments, that's on you. I would also encourage my leaders in the room to help others, and you can. It's not just being selfish, but it's helping other people to maximize themselves. So that way, when you're doing one-on-ones, when you're doing drills, when you're working out and lifting, you want the best of the people that you're around because that's going to help you do the best that you can. So I would encourage people at this stage because people are tired and been through the routine and so on and so forth. And you're like, I don't know, it's almost in, like I start thinking about some of the pressures that are going to come your way. I would embrace all those things. Definitely recognize that there's an opportunity here with this select to really like, come on, let's get it. And there are leaders in this room that can help each other and help the collective group. And so this is an opportunity for you to step into those roles and to receive that. And for those of you who you all think you're a leader, but sometimes we're not always the ones that stepping out into that role. It's okay. There's some great benefits being a good follower, if you will, in the right space. And so it's basically somebody who's willing to learn and understand and move forward and improve. So there's nothing wrong with that. So just kind of keep that in mind. Push each other. Now is the opportunity for you to do that. You don't need Gary, Kevin, Vance, James. You don't need those people to do that. They don't mind. But at the end of the day, it is an individual / group now effort to do the things that you all need to do. Call people's behaviors out if you need to. And so make it happen. So I'm looking forward to it. I'll see you guys again next week. We'll have a few more of these sessions. And so, I'm looking forward to communicating with you on the side if you need it. So with that being said, I'm sure that you all have a few moments to get yourself ready for yoga. You get in there and do that to the best of your ability, making sure that you're stretching and doing that and Pilates and those pieces. So stay connected. And if you reach out to Otto with video or questions or pictures of where your art stands or whatever it is, don't wait till he comes to get that information. I thought it was actually really interesting last week, and I'm just going to leave on this. I call it, we waited to the last to get all the detailed information that we needed to get. That's the information and stuff that we should have been asking for on Monday when he showed up. Like you should already know, if you will, a little bit because you've already been communicating and getting details and information back. So just kind of keep that in mind. He's coming back, so don't let it be he come back and then because there's a lot of you. So we're saying opportunities knock once in a lifetime. We're about to do Eminem up in here. But that's what we're talking about. That's super important. If that's something that you want to improve on, you need to reach out. Okay?
Thank you.
You guys are welcome. Tell me right.
Give me your money. I don't know why you're talking to me, Mr. Moneybags. Oh, Dr. Joseph. I really don't know what I'm saying. I don't have no bitches out there. You can say that, bro. I'm down there for a month or a bit. No. It's a month. It's a month. And I'm saying after the pro day.
Oh, after the pro day. No, you can't entertain. Y'all not built for football. You can't even train.
Yeah.
We did it.
Just tell y'all
They
this.
train where? It's a coach's career.
Coach don't fuck with you? Real shit. I'm sure on Facebook, somebody releasing another little apartment. Add that shit to in the August.
I gotta stay there one day.
Hey, bro.
Hey, Mark, somebody
Let
get-
you-
I need my keys. I got two bad spaces.
Hey, how'd that stretching go?
Good. Good. Yeah. Yeah, same show.
I'm about to do the financial.
Okay, so.
Yeah. Oh, what the boys? Saw it.
You okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome.
Hey, Nasty was good. Look that shit.
They said they got like too much.
Camera here.
Huh?
They got us on camera in here.
I know it's kind of hot. And Dr. Price was talking about jack shit. Okay. That's his second? Yeah. Wait. Is that from the thing? No, that's on here. Yeah, they got this and some sandwiches. Is it high? Damn, that's what they got in there? Shit. How you do it? Talk the shit. I know. Shit. I only do stuff that's for my body and lifting. Oh yeah, 1 p.m. Pretty hell with it. My damn aunt is a financial agent or whatever. Advisor, so I'll be hearing that shit all the time. Oh. Yeah, I might go with I think there's a lot of them. There is no seats. You was in one, you just went on? Was no seats yet. So we got talk something here? Well, we do. Y'all do? We low-key do. You're not even like doing that in the classroom, straight outside. Do y'all just learn what coverage is? I mean, that's good though. That's not fun. So what does that tell y'all? Like all this shit's different now. Like before you had like the over unders and shit on it, you know what it is. But now it's like all numbers systems. Like 40 would be like a 45, 47, 49, 43. Like personnel? No, that's the front. So like 40s are even, even front. So nobody pick up the centers are like uncovered. So 50s would be above, so that's an over, and then 20s would be
Under. So all evens are under.
Yeah,
So you say you can tell who's blitzing?
that's how they line up and shit. So like you have 43, you have Mike, Sam will moving the ball. Sometimes when we get Sam, that should probably be depends on the depends on the body type of the dude.
See, we had 3 linebackers in every play. Every play.
Y'all had no third down packages.
Oh yeah, we had a dime. That shit was deadly.
Good.
Top 5 in the country.
And third down.
Total defense.
I was
The year before that, we had.
yeah, that was good.
Damn. Dude really played with a retro pack. Eric Weddle. He made that tackle.
That's what it was. I thought he torn his shit up. Damn. I thought he torn his like his neighbor.
Boy, can you put a timer on this?
On what?
Does he look keep moving, bro? Hey. Hey.
It all looks different. Like, yeah.
It's my boy from Pitt.
What are you trying out?
He in Florida.
You know, linebacker?
He came in as a safety, though. And we were like, man, you need to make that fucking transition, bro.
You look like you moving though.
It just looks smooth.
Yeah. And then now it's cuts.
Yeah. Damn, bro. This thing is really bad. Damn. I love it. You gotta put that euphoria on.
On YouTube too, so long. What the fuck? one for a first. And it be so throwing everything. To win, rock out feature Young Nudy. 2017 NBA Finals. Mm-hmm. What the hell was you doing? So,
Real shit.
I've been waiting to really like dissect it because I've been asked this question in certain situations, but I never felt comfortable enough like I do in this. Obviously, in this element to say what I really wanted to say. The game, this time, and 5 other times earlier in that season, we were put in the same situation. That's what we do. We get the rebound.
I'm not gonna say, yeah, I had to pass the ball to Brown. Real shit though, like anybody pass the ball to Brown, dog. Got a moment to hold it.
Huh?
Got a moment to hold it. They lost that game. Yeah, man. I feel like they would have won that game. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Especially with Brown. It was like, yeah, shit.
Yeah. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we bonded on our sons with NJN and Save. We bundled with the alpaca. I'm defeated, feel mistreated. I'm so angry, I'm singing the song. And it be so throwing everything. To win, rock out feature Young Nudy. Song of the week. This shit hot. This shit is hot. Watch this. Say they like it when I start popping my shit. I just did it cause I ain't have shit to do. I've been rapping for 6 months. Dropping first take. I think I went through the roof. Kept me speeding up Broadway. I was switching lanes in the burgundy shaking cool. I've been working my ass off. Ain't no time for sleeping. Out here making me money move. I done made a few hundreds on revenue. And the rest come back what I'm telling you. Like it's on BB King. They got a blue. Always play to win. So close loose. With some shooters and I'm not really shoot. They really shoot. Cool the dissolute. I just pop out on tell them what I'ma do. Ain't no cap in my rap. Wait, I got this shit the hard way. Going up and I ain't look down. Mama said you got a ball. I came every day. She telling me she fall. No, they was trying to fuck with me in town. I be pressing the fuck nigga white down. I'm just trying to relax before some money has you. Nigga bitch up, where's your down? Then you hit me, I'm bringing them up. I go. You know, see that he thought we don't even worry about it. Yeah, we live reckless. Them niggas try to be good at the game. Yeah, we live reckless. Jay French, come on, baby. That Narcissist by Jay French. You know, that's what they say about a lot of us sometimes. When she said, I'm a narcissist. Stories about when the real niggas came in last place. Nah, I don't believe that shit either. Real niggas coming in last place. Never there. $1 million worth of game.
The original. Hi, I'm Bob. President's Day weekend is almost here and I'm celebrating.
Yeah.
School you play for? State.
Yeah, my daughter, she's texting me nonstop. Listen, we don't got to talk on the phone.
I thought but what's green and yellow?
Real nigga. Real nigga. Hold on, fuck that. Let me get this shit out the way. This episode, before I give the nigga his flowers all the way, let me go. This episode of Me and I was working on this book to you about me. Let me tell you something about me.
Just one right now. Just one, two.
You thought you were getting paid and it didn't come your way. Rhapsody rock, still 5 times, filter 3 times, let clean, crisp, finish, you drink everything. Juice, soda, straight up, you can drink it on the rock. You can make a classic, do Amsterdam Mule. You know what I'm saying? And it's just Dr. Wall Street Sports presenting sponsors. I mean, shout out to Amsterdam Vodka when you out and about and it's a local liquor store. Make
Oh yeah, bro. I was just fucking
Real nigga, real boss. I like to say like pure. I think the term real nigga is like pure. It's like I think it's used in vain too. Okay. Real, like what makes you real, makes them like real and what people think makes them real. I like to say like nigga pure because I'm pure to myself and I'm like I ain't never like gonna move funny for beneficial reasons or so it's just, I'm just pure to who I am. I think there's better than
I think it's my
first deal. This man right here. First the way the story come about it.
But
I said, oh God, what's up with him? I see a show, man.
Huh?
You know him?
what you said?
And you told me the story. He's a real nigga. Pure nigga. Solid.
All right.
This was so long ago. The guy was getting 25,000.
Oh, that's it.
Quality. Reached out to him and said, God, I need you.
They throw a hard in the spot catch, right? And then when you're on route, so it should be like, yeah.
Symptom of right. He called me back and said, "Billy, this shit hot." I always respect. To me, he was always solid. Because at the end of the day, you had the money on the table, but you showed me that it wasn't even about the money. The record hot, I fucked with the nigga. The money, I got money. And I
the same game. I think a lot of young niggas understand, you know, relationships and shit like this is way more important than money. When it comes and goes, you don't spend this shit quick as you make it. You know what I'm saying? Right relationship lasts forever. You know what I'm saying? Like niggas may get money each other over 10, 15, 20 years, or you may get money with a nigga in one day. You know what I'm saying? Now, 1996. This is when you was little young. Younger on the come up. You know, Memphis, Ridgecrest Projects. You ever thought you would be here? Nah, I ain't gonna lie and say like I thought I'd be like exactly where I'm at today. So I always know I'm gonna have some money. You know, and that's like, but I was gonna have it the right way or the wrong way. I'm just one of them niggas that's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? I'm supposed to have this shit on. I'm supposed to have money. I'm supposed to be moving in a certain type of rooms. Now, really, those rooms is the rooms I'm moving in today. I can't say I saw that, but them rooms probably would be these two. You know what I'm saying? Whoever them players would be in the script, I'll be in the same clubs or the same buildings. They would be in. That's how I saw it back then. You know what I'm saying? I ain't know I'd be in like in the Hamptons with Michael Rubin and Jay and Crafts. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't think that. And I thought I was, but I knew I'd be one of the guys who would get into the paper. When I speak about y'all, you'll know I'm always on some music shit. And I'm always on some like CEOs of the game that came from the culture. Fucking them up. When I'm thinking about, you know, Tony Draper, when I'm thinking about Jay Prince, when I'm thinking about Baby, Slim, when I'm thinking about Suge, when I'm thinking about when I'm talking about DOY, I'm thinking about I'm thinking about all the people that came. I always give you props because what fucks me up in this day and time, it's so hard for artists to come through and have enough heart. I'm talking about have enough heart.
You got next, Brandon. Pull out easy at 130.
Execute in the way you execute. You execute an unbelievable. Like your choice game. I don't know who you know. This shit like Yankees. Like you got a mean general manager or some shit. Because the way you pick these artists and the way you put people on in this day and time, you don't see that shit like that. An artist of your caliber just executing and putting a team together. I'm talking about a solid players. This ain't no bullshit. This ain't no fluff around. Whether it's Black Boy, everybody that you came through with, these motherfuckers was hitting shit out the park. So it's just so great to see that in this time, that execution, and just that, me personally, the Black CEO, I love that shit. I love to see somebody that's come from us that's just putting plays together, because a lot of times they go, you know how the game go, they get snatched up. They go to the majors, they get snatched up in a different way, and they don't have nobody to groom them, because a lot of these artists that you had, I seen the growth and development. And I seen that shit. It wasn't just like they just gripped them and they were just from the rip. I seen the growth. I see it. I seen Moneybag. What? I seen Blank on some of this stuff. I seen 4-2. You see that shit. So it just be like, I gotta definitely give you flowers on that, because you listen, at the end of the day, you're gonna stand with who I mentioned. And it's not about the records that were sold or the money that was made. It was about putting a real live championship team together. You in the fucking books. Y'all won the chip already. We ain't gonna get that fucked up. The P's, the coaches, everybody. I give all them shout outs. But it's like all of y'all stand in the class of extraordinary motherfuckers that put on and gave dudes chances. Like you may catch millionaires out here, man. A lot of us can't see that. You really made millions.
And I'm gonna keep it all the way real. It's even more deeper from his standpoint, because he was an artist. A lot of motherfuckers ain't an artist, so they don't have that ego to push to the side. When you an artist, you gotta push your own ego to the side, because let's be for real, most of the artists that have artists would be like, oh, I'm gonna put $3 million in marketing in my shit, but I'm gonna put 800,000 into your shit. No, it takes for a real motherfucker to be like, I'm gonna give you the same chance that I give myself.
I'm gonna give you more.
You feel what I'm saying?
I'm gonna give you more, because there's no cap, you know what I'm saying? But I honestly say I think you're gonna go farther. So we're gonna give you more than what we gave you. You know what I'm saying? Because you really got this shot. You really got this shot to play on another level. I'm gonna make sure you have all the resources. And there may be more resources than I even have. You know what I'm saying? And that's because I'm a hustler, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm a hustler, I'm a businessman, I'm an entrepreneur. You
You know, when it comes to money, when you speak of ego, what is ego for real? What is ego? You want the best this, you want the best car, you want the most jewelry. Like, I ain't never had that problem. Like, I don't care nothing about this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how many girls out here, you know how many chains out here, you know how many cars out here, how much money they put in a day. I think people with ego is like an insecurity issue. Like, absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Like, why is you worried about who gonna have the most? Really, in the super problem, if you worry about it inside the house. On the flame built stack of sausage, this kid tastes too love. It's now on lunch for a limited time.
See Ben Simmons hitting threes like that?
Turn it up. Turn it up. Look at this shit, dog. The quarter threes, I don't know, mid range, right? I don't even know, bro. Niggas don't even shoot mid range. Besides the Rosen. The Rosen's like the only dude. People up here.
The only two people, and Paul and Chris Paul. Nobody else do pulling up their range like that. Maybe Melo. Melo don't even do that. Melo shoot threes now.
Yeah. I don't even know.
I met the Rosen and do some crazy shit like that. Today, this dude Sean Watson said he was trying to go to the Lakers.
You know what?
Sean Watson
Oh, yeah, I saw something.
trying to go to the Lakers or the Bucks.
They go, what is? Go anywhere, bro. Honestly, bro, that dude was a top 5 quarterback, bro.
Y'all are not about being on defense. You're not. On the other end, we got to put the ball forward, get to the basket. You got to be strong. You got to play through. No more jumpers. No more threes. Get to the basket. Get to the basket. And you got to finish. What I'm telling you, throwing the ball, you got to finish. You understand that? You get the ball inside and you got to score. That's how kind of chippy. Roll on. Be winning. Try it. We are not a jumper team right now. That's embarrassing. I'm not a team on the court. No, but they're not a jumper team. There's not.
obviously, so we're in the process of transitioning this group, but for now, we're all separate. Cool. Hope something's not just being done and putting yourself on top of the loss of family. I actually threw out a bunch of this yesterday because I've been in there for over 2 weeks. Speaking of Angela Zanakis, I'm pretty sure we lost these, and I don't think anybody knew where to show her. She said white please. I definitely took these from upstairs. But if you have anybody ask me about anything, that's the only spot that I put stuff, and hopefully everybody's doing the same thing. Oh, sorry, dude.
You sure? Yeah, good looks, my boy.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Yeah, for the dog.
That virtual reality came out.
Bro, that shit is crazy, though. That shit is so real. I bought one of the virtual reality headsets. Yeah, bro. The Oculus, I got the second one. Bro, because for the bowl game, they gave us 2 Best Buy gift cards, and it's also $400, so I thought it was like $200 each. And I wanted to buy this $400 each, so I got $800 in Best Buy gift cards. So I bought one of them for $300. I still got $500 worth of it.
We got that for the ACC.
Yeah, bro, they blessed. So I bought, bro, yesterday I got this one that like you're in the ocean, you got all these different animals. I did the great white shark, like puts you in a shark tank. You just stand out, you be looking around, bro, and these things be flying in and hitting the fucking cage. They'll like rattle the mask a little bit, you can hear it. It's crazy. You know, I play the golf game and stuff. You go over there, you come here.
He still having y'all go outside?
Oh, yeah.
He loves going outside.
No, he loves, John and walking right out back. That's what it is. He wants to drive over here.
He lazy as shit.
Bro, he be funny as hell talking to the kids that go there and shit. Bro, and the teachers and shit. He's like, all I do all day is just talk shit. That's what he's saying. Yeah, that thing's husky. God damn. Bro, I think the best thing having my phone is just the day that we throw it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to do.
They're gonna just throw this one.
Yeah. I think it'd be better to receiver card because then your gloves will like take off some of the.
Just get broken.
I think it's slick.
Hell yeah.
video just sent a snap. It's fucking no look. Like, bro, you ever seen the one that threw it back in the end zone when he was with the Lions? Bro, he was literally looking here and went and threw it, bro. The window was like that big. And the linebacker was confused as hell. Like, one of the craziest ones.
I saw that one.
Which one? The one in the end zone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, versus Titans, probably shit. Alright, right.
We got Chalk talking too.
You guys using the diaper changer table or something?
No.
You guys run this?
I don't think so.
The backer was like turned. He should have picked that shit off, bro.
Not expecting that.
I don't know. Look, it's literally facing. Huh? I mean, if you, bro, at that point, yeah, he's been doing it for a minute. But at that point, if you got that good of a connection with your wideout leaders and cool cover, you know he's gonna be in that spot, and you can kind of like, it's like deceiving, bro, because a lot of fucking D-backs and stuff don't look at your eyes. They're really looking at like the way your face mask is. They can't really see your eyeballs from that far. So like you're looking here, but I can still see you. Like I can look right here and still throw it to you actually, because you're just looking at the corner of his eye. If you look at it from like front on, he's like here, but he's peeking at the corner of his eye. Just fucking stupid.
I feel like it's not as bad now.
Oh, yeah, that's not awful. See, I kind of like the ball like this a little bit. I mean, not like all the time, but
Yeah. It's gonna be strong.
Is that one from the first day?
This one, yeah, I've got two of them. Yeah, I think it was one.
yeah, see, it passed my connection. If you could slip out your
Too slippery?
hands. Yeah, but that one doesn't.
Yeah. This one dude said he waxed it every time he threw it out. Wow.
So he texted me like said, "Pussy says 48 out."
That's what he said.
He's such a cocksucker. Should I say they said that you're not making it out of the gas?
Yeah, right. Say Weston's busy about it.
He's funny as fuck for that. Oh shit. Why is that one core hurt?
Wow. Got off from the hamstring one, I thought I was tore my shit. Sort of like cramped up.
think they're bringing NCAA football back.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Literally the years that we were all in college, the only years that they didn't have it. But
Yeah, it's not weird.
Trent said Jersey style, man up. Yeah. Dude, the Memphis basketball games you jumping? Memphis basketball games you jumping? That court is wild. What's the name of the coach there, right?
Penny.
Yeah. Don't even paying the players. Right?
Stuff.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Shit, I saw was Michigan State too.
They were still kind of.
Damn. Yeah, we got a you play basketball Michigan State that gave the football team an NIL deal that was like $500 a player per month. Basketball team got the same shit was $5 bands a month.
Shit, the freshman on the team, Monty Bates.
Yeah.
He got the whole team. He connected with somebody. He got the whole team like 2 paid cool grades each. 11.
I just see some college basketball girl that has a NIL side, and she got a whole team cool grades.
That's what you call it.
Yeah.
That shit. It's NIL this shit.
What's his name?
Plus, if you was a youngin, that shit clutch.
She got it. Okay.
Where's the cash at?
That's stupid.
Yeah, that's basketball.
Almost he
That's a whole different lifestyle.
He was crazy.
Shit,
We're on that shit. Shit, we had a wide out that shit came out this year that went back because he got a brand new Charger.
That shit clutch. Like, what the fuck?
He said he did 2 autograph signs and we got 10 bands for showing up and each autograph was $50. I mean, that's cool and all, but shit. He gets hurt this year. He had a good ass year. Punt return, kick return, and wide out.
Yeah.
But it's because we had another wideout, so they couldn't help him. They had to respect both of them, and we had the best running back in the country. So a lot of teams is packing the box.
Y'all had the corner that to end the game. What game was it?
Oh, Michigan game. That kid was 2 freshmen.
Yeah, he caught
Sure. Yeah.
it was like after that game, I feel like he started like.
Oh yeah, he made T-shirts and he got on those heads.
And also, I feel like I started seeing him like on so many people like film and highlight like.
Bro, yeah, it was bad.
The
next week at Purdue, we was
yeah, and double moving is that he was trying to jump at somebody, trying to sell something. You got to put your true. Everybody got your
yeah. He thought she was sweet. We were going through corners second half of the season, like nothing. We were just playing like 5-6 corners a game. But that was we also didn't put good pass rush. Like we was talking about it one time, like the beginning of the season we did, and our 2 DNs got hurt. One broke his leg, the other one had a fucked up shoulder. We had no pass rush, so they was just sitting back there, quarterbacks all day. Yup.
They'd be athletic, maybe.
Even that number 1 y'all had the D tackle, he was all right. He wasn't running pass rush.
What they say it was?
Hey, when you ever see how Leon is, bro? Yeah. Worst thing. Luckily, they didn't make us wear the neon pants. Those Maryland.
My niggas ain't even here today.
That's it.
We can go ahead and knock some out real quick.
Is 8 a form of 4? Or
Yeah.
and then what, 9 to the field? That's that batting shit. I like that in Madden if y'all ever want to, lose or anything for some bread. That's fine.
You're the league now.
Oh, look off now.
300, 500.
Damn. 300.
Niggas showing basketball in a locker room.
Hell no.
You over the freaky shit,
You're going back to the hotel? Yeah, well, I don't want to be stuck here. Oh, I didn't know.
Whoa, my son's in here. And good dog. I'm going over today. Number 68293 match.
Yeah, man. There's
Match
difference
three.
between.
Damn, we can watch the Wayne's World and shit. Y'all know how to act. Man. So we give you a TV and some seating.
We ain't had none of that.
Yeah, crazy.
We ain't had none of that. We was in that little ass room upstairs. What's that for upstairs now?
What's up there?
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Ooh.
The wellness meeting or whatever.
Again, so it's. Oh, you get it 5 minutes. Good dog. So your little massage. Hope you feel better.
So bad for taking care of my body.
I wasn't saying, I said I hope you feel better.
Like when you go.
Y'all ever have like a mock pro day when you went through it? You have a good or are they good or bad for you?
Second one was better.
First one, how was that?
It was good. Only thing maybe from the first second one I had to work on was I mean I was like consistently getting I'll be like 408, 405, 396, 399. Okay. But I wasn't consistent. It was like all over the place. Just being able to do that zone once and be good with it. Good dog. Good dog.
All you.
Good, man. You went to Merrimack?
Yes,
You
sir.
had your card?
Yes, sir.
My little dog. What's good, Booty?
He would have had. He ended up. He didn't really because he didn't start. He didn't start.
Right.
And whenever he came in, it was the second game. He would have like easily beat Cooper Cup's record. Yeah. Yeah. He was awesome.
Who's quarterback now?
They just brought in a transfer from UConn. So he's pretty good. He got 3 years left, so I think they're the same age. So those probably go all the way. And I can see Jacoby transferring after this year. If he kills it again this year, gotta go FBS. He just needs that one more year. He's old.
That's the thing about FCS now. It's like JUCO. Just go there, get some good tape, and then they try to go bigger, higher, all that stuff. So it's like JUCO's about to go out of business. There's a whole transfer portal.
I went Louisiana Tech for the first 5 years and then
Okay.
Merrimack. I took the opposite road.
Hey, it is what it is.
Yeah. But he looks like he's packing on weight. I haven't seen him. I think he's gonna run routes at pro day.
What's up, dog? Yeah. The man against the legend. Going on 225. How many times yet?
I got 24.
24? What's the goal? 30. 30. If I get 30, that's. Someone was earlier. I walked in. All right, cool. Here we go. All right. You can go back to question. 21. First bullet point. What are the landmarks of the linebacker?
Right?
Huh?
You're right.
Yeah, that shit is smooth.
You learn how to spend money. Learn how to spend money. I'm gonna be my own.
What month is 7 men or 8 men?
Joe.
You mean 7 to 8?
Is it 8-man fit or is it a 7-man fit? How many people are in the run fit for the defense? We're gonna go over everything after. Okay. So 3. What is the coverage behind linebackers? Is it 2 high? Is it 1 high? Next.
So it is an 8-man?
We're gonna go over it after. We're gonna go. Everybody's gonna take a section. Then we're gonna go over it just like that.
Cover 3.
I'll cover 3. All right. So is it 8 man or 7 man? Is it what's the coverage behind it? Is it 1 high, 2 high?
You can vary it up to 2, but I usually do 1 high there. I mean, it depends. Sometimes corners play deep third. Sometimes you can do 2 safeties deep third, 1 corner.
So is it 1 high, 2 high?
That's 1 high.
Okay. And then what's the landmark of the linebacker? Inside linebacker. Yeah, just one.
We say our outside linebackers will seam curl flat. So our inside linebackers would be
If you had a nickel on one side and safety dropping down the outside, they're going to be what, and the inside back is going to be what?
I can't even name it.
If you don't know, just put like a little mark in there and we'll go over that. I just want to know what everybody knows. All right, but next.
I'll go cover 3. I don't know what the fuck you do.
We're good.
I'll go.
So I want to
You ran
know.
that shit in college?
You gonna run it out?
You ran cover 8, cover 9 in college?
I ran cover 6. I've had 3 defensive coordinators.
I got 9.
Right, which side is the cover 2? Which side is the cover 4?
Cover 2.
Like looking at me, you gonna figure it out.
I mean, you can college.
Like, you know what you know when you don't know.
It's got me question.
Yeah, you gonna tell me.
Is it an 8-man or 7-man?
That's cover 9. That's.
We'll talk about it after. Don't think
Damn,
about it.
That's it right there.
Cover 6 is fucking up.
He's all bullshit. You like that.
What's the drop to the what's the landmark of the backer to the
Back into the field.
in the pass? And then what is it to the backer? He's to the field.
Oh, so it's the back to the field?
Back into the
All
field.
right. He's got the.
And then what is it to the backer? All right, what's up?
I got you.
What's going on?
I got cover 6.
All right, cover 6. Get it.
What we do first?
First one. What's it to the field and what's it to the boundary?
I got a massage at 3. So I just come here.
What up, man? How you been, man?
I'm not fucking with you, bro. Where you at yesterday? Monday.
You bullshitting, right?
No, I told you.
He was testing my ankle. My ankle. You go to the coach that? Or you go bench on it, cut you on it?
I got one more pro day. Field.
Yeah.
Sound good? I'll put a timer on y'all last. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
What up, son? My bad, LB. Sim came in here like a free agent. He came here with the LV and the goose on to the nutrition meeting and then like
It's cold gear, man.
You might have got this random baby for everybody. You come here with that one, just sign on my shit.
The offensive line is mostly, fullback is the 7 man, they 7 gaps, right? So like a cover 4, we have a 7-man fit, but the Rex Lee safety makes it an 8-man fit. Cover 3 is already an 8-man fit. Cover 1 is already an 8-man fit. That's what I mean by it. Okay. How many people are in the run fit, like that don't have run? They have run past keys, but they have a gap. Everybody has a gap.
Where did you come out like the D lineman?
All right, what are you doing right here? What is this?
Too hot.
It's a linebacker.
I didn't see that.
What's the linebacker?
What's the safety job to the field? What's the safety job to the boundary? What is he at?
Safety job to the field, safety job to the boundary.
Good thing you're my pro day.
What is he? Is he
Yeah,
flat? Is he?
What's the pro day, cuz? What's your pro day?
Look at me.
Oh, to the field actually cover 4. So
I should just 16.
So they in the interview say, it's not covered.
Because everybody knows cover 6. Right, but if they say cover 6, you should be able to say cover 6 is, because they want to say like, what's yours? They like, yo, describe me cover 6. They'll say, go on the board, draw cover 6. Because cover 6 is universal. Now, what you call it is something different. So you got to know what's the way. Like, literally, we call it cover 6, cover 9, cover 3. You know what I'm saying? So in the league, they're not going to come with like, I know in college, you got to practice signals and stuff like that. NFL is literally like, they come to us. Roger, like we go Roger, Larry, cover 3.
Like, bro, Belgian quarters had 4-5.
Yo.
I'm trying to get right.
roll down and free. So freeze guys still play the freeze. Roll down's just gonna.
So they're saying it's 3 by 1 to the field.
Flat underneath.
Appreciate you coming down. Don't take me.
I
Put a check. I just want to go over everything. No one else put enough.
don't know if this covers for that.
Third one. Let's go with, post safety or third safety? All right, who got cover 8?
He doesn't matter.
Who got cover 8? Anybody?
It is a mad issue.
Who got cover 8?
I'll do cover 8.
Who got cover 8?
Or I only know cover 1. So
Who got cover 8?
So we also drop it. So 500 3D.
Who got cover 8?
500 3D?
Who got cover 8?
No, I'll get it. If that's what it is, that's our treatment.
Man, he was bitching. That's 2 minutes, real, bro. That's not. If you wanted it, you would have took it.
You tell me, I'm not.
I gotta send you some poems.
6 man, 7 man, 8 man. Since you want to throw in 6 man.
You know what you got. You don't know.
I ain't never handled it.
See it through. Read that poem. Matter of fact, read that poem. That's a good poem. See it through. Read that poem, right?
You guys reposing it?
Just read the poem, bro. See it through. Look at that poem, bro. I swear to God. Just hit the
Nickel and outside back.
So now we had 3 down. It'd be Anger, Mike, Will.
Okay,
And then you have the safeties that come drop down or nickel.
okay.
You know,
So
like,
what is Mike background?
myself, like, you know, you get first.
Well, it depends, because sometimes he's related to 3. So I'm just gonna say related to 3.
Whatever you think it is. This is the type of shit they gonna be like, what's Mike background? They don't want you to act.
And then I could just say, okay, in this call, he
In
is
this
related
call,
to 3.
You
Okay.
can literally put whatever you have. You know what I'm saying?
Right, so I can
You
say
don't have to be second guessing yourself to be like perfect on what they think.
Right, I can
They
say
wanna know what you
544,
know.
he is related to 3.
Alright, the last one. Go with. Is it a 2 high, 3 high? 2 high, 3 high, 1 high? Which one is it? Behind it.
We would say middle of the field, so 1 high. I don't know if that's right. That's where you go 503 deep.
There you go. Appreciate it.
Somebody turn the TV off, bro. Yeah, they was just spying on us and shit. I still can't get over it. I still have no. She took that nigga over. You missed it, bro. She was like, but she was getting like, you never want to see me wet. She was getting like nutrition feet, like this, like her feet in the chair, and then kept on walking. Like you stand up. And she was like, no, boy, yeah. All right, so here we go. All right, which one we gonna go with first? Let's go over top left. Top left. Let's go over cover 6. So the field we got cover 4. So the bounce we got. I think it's right. Who wrote them up? All right, so yeah, cover 6 is just a mixed coverage, cover 4 and cover 2. Always think about it this way: cover 6 and cover 9. The bigger number, field, is cover 2. The smaller number, cover 2 to the boundary. So 6 and 9 go together. It's just opposite. 6, cover 2 to the boundary. 9, cover 2 to the field. That's all it is. Don't overcomplicate it. Look at me crazy. What you got?
Because yeah, the nine always throws me off. It's like the numbers don't add.
The 9 doesn't matter. Don't think about the numbers as
So 2 is
think
to the
about
field,
cover 2 to the field at 9.
and 9
cover
4
6.
to the boundary.
Cover 6, boundary is cover 2. Now to the field, to the boundary, cover 9 is cover 4.
Gotcha.
Everything goes with 4 and 2. 4 and 2. 6 and 9 is 4 and 2.
Upside down. I still know that. Oh, yeah, that's true. I never.
All right, so cover 6, is it an 8-man field or a 7-man field? Is it?
That's
Want me to draw it up?
the corner, the corner.
On the corner in the fit, that's safety to the cover 4 side.
Is he a primary running defender?
But
No.
Safety
Is the run fit? Means are they primary run defenders or is the linebacker the primary run? Is the wide? So is
the corner runs inside.
So is his first thing to do is running on run?
If it's run to him, yes.
and
If
trips.
is he running right to the run?
And trips. We did have
Back to the backside. So in cover 6.
cover 6.
That would be the opposite.
Cover 2's in the boundary. Trips to the field. Our corner would be in the fit.
So he would be blitzing. Basically. He would blitz.
If he
out.
saw run action, he was gone.
So he's reading. So he's eyes inside.
Yeah.
Straight into it.
If he saw run action, he was triggered.
Yeah.
No, he did too. It got us
That
mad.
shit won't get-
We gave him 2 touchdowns. Much.
Why did they get into what? Dolo.
Cover 6. You're cover 2 that side. All this looks the same. Quarterback read. If your corner blitzes on any type of read, your safety, you're just going to hit the whole shot every time.
Yeah.
And your corner doesn't always like our corner wasn't getting
So
there.
is a trap corner technically in the run fit?
No, he's pass first, run second. He's a secondary force. Well, he's primary force, but secondary run read. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He can't let anything bounce outside. Or he's not just coming up and playing run.
But he's just not really getting a hard rebound.
In the league, you really don't get hard rebounds because you can't hit nobody after 5 yards. So it's all body rebound.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta get that shit out your head like that.
Yeah.
Running, corner being able to hold that dude up, you can't even hold it up. You hit it once, you gotta let it go. You know what I'm saying? So get that whole term. Like it's cool that you did in college, but we on to bigger shit. You know what I'm saying? That college shit is out the window.
720K.
So 7 though, right?
7-man fit. Like cover 4, it's a 7-man fit, but our ranks and least safety make it an 8-man fit, just like it is in cover 2 with that corner being the primary force defense.
But here we don't have the Rex league. We're using the
Because you're using the
backside
corner.
safety.
No, because you're using the corner. You don't need a Rex league.
So it isn't 8.
It's a 7 with a possible 8. Because if we do RPO to this side, the corner's not coming off.
Right.
He's not in the run.
Right.
So now you're still in a 7. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yep.
Scott. Question.
So if I wanted to get diagrams, could I literally type into Google cover 6 and it would just show it? It would just show it.
Yeah, that's what I look
Cover
at.
6, cover 9, cover 4, broad.
Right.
Now, what makes it different in every defense is what the checks you have. Like our cover 6, the only checks we had were to the field because it was a cover 4 side, so we got all our cover 4 checks. But we wouldn't have the Rex and lead because the other safety is in a half. You know what I'm saying? Right. So we can't have 1 in a half, 1 in a run fit. So then now our corner's all by himself on the post, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that was just the kind of stuff that you wouldn't get into. But you would still have we would have our tacos, we have our in and outs, we have our box balls, we have all that stuff. But we just wouldn't have our Rex and lead because we know our boundary corner is a secondary run defender. Just like our safety would be in a cover 4. Everybody with me? Everybody with what you got?
So the cover 6 and cover 9, how would the trips change? Because it's gonna be way different.
So trips to the field?
Yeah. So
And cover 4?
Yeah.
Are we in nickel or we in base?
Nickel man, cover 6 and cover 9.
All right, so cover 6. We're in the trips to.
Would y'all change it? Like say.
So let's say I'm not about to draw. Everybody can kind of visualize what I'm saying. Right? Yeah, we have cover 3 to the field, right? We go cover. We got cover 3 to the field. I mean, cover 6 to the field. So we're cover 4 to the field, cover 2 to the boundary. Yeah. We got trips to the field, 1 receiver to the boundary. We would still go cover 6. Still go cover 6, stay here. Now if we're a nickel, now we know we can't use our backside safety. So we can't make we call it a trio call, which our backside safety is reading 3, right? So how do we handle number 3 now, right? All right, that's the question. Yeah. No, our nickel will make the cone call, special call. That's when he's manned up on 2 corners out of the picture. Now it becomes that taco call between 2 and 3. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Now we handle
Between the nickel and safety.
between the nickel
The corners.
the corner, just pretend like 1 isn't there. He has to lock up. He's on his own. He's in man. Our nickel becomes our corner. And then the same way, the boundary goes to the boundary, it'll be the same way coming out. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Now, if we had, let's say we had FIB, we had cover 6, and we had 3x1 to the boundary, right? Right. We had 1 receiver to the field. All right, we could say, I'm here to this field side corner, tell him, all right, go up and press bump. You got him. I got your inside leverage. And then I can also make a trio call to the boundary. Because I'm basically free as a yeah. Now my backers are still relating to 3, all that stuff. But you got to understand, all right, you got to assess the threats. At linebacker, at safety, not so much at D-line. You got to know where the back is to see what kind of runs you're going to get, all that stuff. You got to be able to assess the threats. So 3 threats and 2, you got to know. That's what I'm going over. You got to know what that backside safety is doing. If we're in cover 4, you know you got it. You know you can do it. Now if we're in cover 6, now you know he's cover 2. He's not reading 3. But now you got to know, all right, what are my checks now? What can I get to? You know what I'm saying? You got to be thinking you got to be thinking higher than the playbook. If you just think, oh shit, I know what I got, and you call something because you're in cover 4, you didn't even realize they're in cover 2 and backside. You know what I'm saying? All right. So cover 9. We're there. Cover 9. 7 man.
Secondary, but it's 8.
It's 7 with a possible 8. Cover 2 to the field, cover 4 to the boundary.
Was the hook curl and the flat ring?
To the field, hook curl. More than likely, it would be a wall hook. So you're not trying to let the person inside. So it's not really a curl. It's not really a curl. You're just in that hook area, and then you got a flat corner outside. Because if you let them inside, now the other side's a cover 4, you don't know what they're. You know what I'm saying? So it's more, exactly. It's more like like a wall hook. Sometimes even in cover 9 as that field side linebacker. Like if you know 3's away, right? So you know that 2 possibly can come underneath, right? The safety can give you a carry call. So that makes you a carry football. So if 2 goes vertical, you carry underneath them, basically like 2 men.
Just like take back. So you'd say, okay, if the back went away, you're losing your 4th or first player, you got to take that. Yeah.
Basically. But then if you go vertical, you can still take
Right.
stuff like that. Those are the kind of stuff that you got to do in your head, like, oh shit, I know that dude's away. Yo, safety, what I got. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all spot draw,
Like y'all
paying
on what?
in y'all zone coverage. Early different for each zone.
It depends on like cover a regular Roger Larry cover 3. I'm a curl flat. I am 10 to 12 yards outside the numbers, or if I'm in the boundary, I'm outside the numbers. I'm to the field, I'm inside the numbers. 10 to 12 yards, I got curl flat. Now, if we're in that match cover 3, I'm off number 2. If 2 goes out, I got him. 2 goes up, I got him. If 2 goes in, I fall back to my curl flat. All right. Yeah, so all this new flat corner. Let's go cover 2. We did it. So is it a 7-man, 8-man? I think we just went over it.
7.
Why is it a 7-man? Because what?
Because
7-man with possible what? By who? Who makes it possible? Could be impossible now. Both corners are primary force defenders. But obviously the run's going to one side, it's not going back to the other side. But I just told you, who makes it this possible? Corner. So a 7-man with a possible 8. Same thing, hook. It's more of like a wall hook, not really a hook curl. You know the difference between a hook and a curl, right?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Curl is like a little bit more to like near the hashes, and the hook is like it's like
other way around.
Other way around.
Hook is more like you're +2 the hatch. You know what I'm saying? We always say our hook players, you're going to be 10 to 12 yards +2 the hatch. Curl players is more of an alley curl. You know what I'm saying? Alley. So it's like +4 or 5. You know what I'm saying?
+4 or 5 were like
The hatch.
Like you said, y'all don't really play a hook, y'all play a carry.
It depends on what 3 is. Everything depends on what 3 is.
Like the way we did in our defense was cover 2. The number 1 went vertical. I had to carry 2. I don't know why. Because I think the safety was over 1, and I'll be over 2. The safety was split in 1 and 2. But I don't know what.
So if 1 came inside.
If 1 came inside, I don't have to worry about carrying 2.
So you say you don't know why you have to carry.
I don't.
I would say the reason why you have to carry is because of the distance between 1 and 2 at that time. Once 1 goes outside, releases and goes outside the corner, now look at your safety. The split, the difference is now way wider. You know what I'm saying? Now if he comes inside, you know that your safety can stay on his landmark right behind, in between the both of you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So now he doesn't have to worry about hitting that quarterback hitting that whole shot. The whole shot's not coming from an inside release.
Right.
The whole shot is an outside release. The corner then hinging up and he hits that whole shot.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that, and then you can get like a post from there, stuff like that, that takes the safety out. Now that he needs some help underneath too.
Okay.
That's what I would give. If they ever ask you, like, why did you carry 2 with the 1 outside? Oh, because our safety, the distance between 1 and 2, stuff like that.
Yeah. But like in regards to number 3, you said everything happens off 3.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
If 3 goes away, you know you got a wall number 2.
Yeah.
Because what? What's created once 3 goes away?
Space. Oh, the Mike linebacker.
Mike linebacker's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Mike linebackers, if you relate to 3, go to the pro ball. Simple. But it fucks up everybody else because they're related to 3. So if 3 goes away, oh shit, I fuck you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you gotta know that wherever 3 is, if 3's away from me, you know not a possible RPO my way. It's possible that 2 might follow. Anytime a player goes under, usually another player is following right behind him. Call it same piece.
Okay.
That's a little tricky, y'all. Say that again. It's a little tricky. Anytime, Zampese. So let's say we're in trips, right? We're in a bunch, right? I drew that. The point guy here, right? The ball's inside here. If this guy goes here, this guy goes. Nah, wrong way. This guy just releases there, right? Ball's this way. Right? This guy just releases, tries to get the point guy out of it, right? This guy shoots fast inside. Now this three, which is mostly our linebackers or safeties or nickels sometimes, are lined up on three, right? You know, let's say we're in a man call, right? If he comes behind in options, where do you think he's going? One, somebody just cleared the corner out. Yeah. The safety just flew inside with two.
On outside.
Is he going outside or is he going to follow right behind? Because now it just creates space. It's not an option. This guy's going, now we have all the space inside. What's the easier throw? Zampese.
So anytime somebody falls somebody, it's a Zampese.
Anytime somebody falls somebody behind, right behind, it's one of the hardest routes. Because he has an option to go out.
So like it's like a flood.
Flood is always outside.
Oh, okay.
Flood is always outside. Flooding in the area, flooding outside.
Zampese is going inside.
Zampese is just a 1-2 follow.
Okay.
Doesn't matter who it is. It could literally be. It could literally be.
Oh yeah, because the first guy's taking him out, so he's gonna go outside. Yeah, because yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It could be right here, back here. You're a reduced by X, right? You get an under route by X. H acts like he's going wide. Where do you think he's going? Texas coming right underneath Zampese. Anytime somebody comes under, always think that next guy's coming right behind. Because he's clearing that space. So now nobody's with you. Yeah. Now you're all by yourself. Now you got to cut off the inside. Okay. That's just a little trick. All right. Cover three. Cover three. Who did this?
I did that one.
8-man fit.
Yeah.
Right? Who makes it 8-man fit? And who?
Larry.
One nickel. Who else? 8-man fit. What gap does the safety have? Anyway, let's say it's Deuce. You can picture your head?
Deuce is two tight ends.
Two big shits. What gap is he in?
He has the outside gap.
Is he at the outside gap or just the corner of the outside?
No, he has the inside of the second, first tight end.
He has the wing buster.
So is it safe to say that all true one highs are 8-man and all true two highs are 7?
Correct. Anytime you have two safeties deep, 7-man or possible. That's all you gotta think about. I was gonna go there, but appreciate you bringing that up. But yeah, anytime it's a one high, cover one, everybody's gapped out. Cover three, everybody's gapped out. Match cover three, everybody's gapped up. Anytime your safety drop back, that's when, like, if you ever play Madden and you punch somebody online, they always give you the green box and the red box. It's because there's one safety down and there's no safety down over here. There's two safeties high, both sides be green. They can watch that shit. That is a good way to kind of learn. You know what I'm saying? You probably never even notice. You're probably like, oh shit, I'm about to run this shit this way. It's green over there. Fuck it. That's because it's a 7-man fit. You know what I'm saying? When somebody's running cover 9, you can tell when they're in cover 9 because one side will be with a possible 8 and the other side 6. You know that. Come on now. Yeah. Corners will lie to you. Everybody's going to lie to you. But the nickel.
Well, the nickel can play a good.
Yeah.
Wow.
What about disco? You know what I'm saying?
But as soon as you hang, you gotta pick who you go to.
The nickel,
This guy-
I'm saying the nickel pre-snap, if he's not someone who's not this one, he's gonna tell you everything. Safety can do, one safety can be down the line of scrimmage and flip all the way back to the post. Nickel ball line up just like this. And cover. Get my rebound, get out of here. But yeah, that's the thing. Outside linebacker, you're the same way. Middle linebacker, he gonna be here the whole time. Outside linebackers, because you either going out for two, you either gotta be displaced on two, or you in the box. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be the person that the quarterback's line. You're the person that the quarterback has to be. You know what I'm saying? So always keep that in mind. Like, sure, if I'm outside of the attachment two, all right, let me not walk out there right now. Let me tell my safety, yo, show down. I'm gonna show off the edge. Then I'm gonna back up and I'm gonna play number two. That's the type of shit you gotta get good at. Knowing your
Yeah, red alerts in cover 3.
alerts.
Yeah. Danger. Like for 4
So
verts.
that would tell us.
The backside.
That would tell us we were always danger away from
Yeah.
the for 4 verts.
Backside hook curl.
The backside. So like if I'm down on the left, right?
Uh-huh.
It's 2 by 2.
You're the nickel.
I'm the nickel, right?
Yeah.
I'm down on the left.
Yeah.
I'm on the left. My Roger safety. So I'm coming down with Roger. He's gonna danger 2. So he has 2 out or up. Anytime 2 goes in,
Yeah.
he's back to cover 3 line
Your
one.
down safety is playing curl flat.
If 2 doesn't go out.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If we don't call danger, he's strictly curl flat.
Okay. That's like built in the call. Like,
No, you have to make it.
so you're saying danger, like,
I'm saying
I got
danger
you.
right, danger right.
Yeah.
If you come on 2 by 2, danger right.
Oh.
Type shit.
It's like tight end on the ball, still 2 by 2.
You can still get 4 verts, and 4 verts is the worst thing for
Yeah. But y'all wouldn't even like what we call the arsenal. You go to your base, or y'all would still fight.
our base.
Our
base coverage. Nah,
that's
we'll
like
play
cover
our
2, like our
coverage.
weakest link. So we use the middle 2. Other safety like this.
All right, so
Oh,
cover
okay.
3. The 8-man, 1 high. Is it 1 high or is it middle third? Difference. Can somebody tell me the difference between 1 high and the middle third?
Middle third and 1 high usually have like, they usually like man up. Yeah.
But what's the difference in that position?
He's reading he's hot off the quarterback.
And what?
1 high.
And cover 3 is what?
Reading verts.
True middle is my
True
third.
middle.
He's our
You
lead.
gotta know the difference. There's a difference between a 1 high and a middle third safety. Middle third safety has a zone. He has to be back here. He has to be in his third zone. There's 2 other people that are not topping vertical. They're not topping vertical. You know what
So
I'm saying?
a true middle of the field safety. Like in that,
You saying middle third?
middle third, yeah. He is so like you're passing off
I'm not sure.
like a corner, for example, would pass then therefore pass off a post to that safety. But if it's 1 high, he's got to know I can't pass that off because that safety's not potentially not there. Like what I'm saying is middle of the field, you're passing off routes down the field.
Mix it up. Here we go. Cover 3. Our middle third safety has a zone.
True middle third.
He's in between hashes to hashes.
Correct.
He can't take any shots to the ball.
So he does something crosses his face. He's not running
Somebody's
with
in
it.
the curl flat, somebody's in the post, there's droppers. So somebody that's going to be underneath every route. You're not worried about driving a post, driving a dig. You're not worried about that unless you get like a certain call. You know what I'm saying? Pre-snap. That gives you the alert that we're going to pass it, you're going to take one. You know what I'm saying? Now, as a post safety, 1 high safety, now you know all of your verticals are top. Everybody has a man. You know what I'm saying? So if somebody's running free, oh boy, I can take this chance. Because I know everybody else is manned up. You know what I'm saying?
So then you can play high.
So now you could play like, okay, trust your instincts more. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference in cover 3. Because cover three, nobody has a man. Everybody's just in the zone. So if somebody comes in your zone late and you already left, nobody has that man.
Like if you came up on a dig and
Into a post, there's nobody that has that man. Unless it's match stirs, you know what I'm saying?
What's the depth you like to play at? Like
To start at?
or now so say like the certain difference between you and the receiver. If you were middle third, deep third. Well, honestly.
Middle third, if I'm in the post, I start at 15 yards.
But you don't want the receiver.
I back up. I probably get into a pedal till like 25.
Okay.
So I want to be able to break to sideline to sideline, and if somebody throws like a downhill, I can still come down. But once I get to 25, it's more of like, I mean, now I'm just slowly back up. But I want to get there early because what happens in the middle? Somebody can answer this question. I'll give you $10. Ready?
Okay.
The post is threatened when?
The post is threatened when.
The post is threatened
Outside when there's two deep. Bro, I know when the post is threatened.
When is a post threatened? When is the post threatened? Three. All right, here we go. The post is threatened late.
Oh my God! Yo, you gotta give us another question. Quarterback.
Because the post is not the first primary read. Never. Not one call. Most of the time. It's usually like, all right, the dave's covered, boom, nobody's deep, boom. You know what I'm saying? It's a 5-step drop. He has to throw the post. So that's why when we get to our post, we want to get to it early. Then we can read our routes. Because we know the post isn't threatening to wing it down. I'm getting there like, all right, boom, I want to get there. Boom, I'm on quarterback now. Now I know, like, if this shit ain't open, now I know his next read is behind. Trying to run past it. It's like, I'll never be behind me, but it's trying to run past it. Okay? So I'm like, I'm ready to, boom, I'm getting there. Boom, I set up. The same drill when we open up and we sit down, that's all it is. No. Middle run through. Same thing at linebacker. Cover 2. You know, middle run through is threatened. Now that can be threatened early. If they see that they got a fast dude at number 3, you know you better get there way quicker. You know you better be on top shoulder, not bottom shoulder. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same thing. Get there early so you can read. All right, if we're going to cover 2. Picture this wrong line. We're going to cover 2. Right? 3 by 1. 2 by 2. 2 by 2. No, let's go 3 by 1. 1, let's see, 3 does an over route. 2 stays vertical, and 1 sits down. Who you going as a middle runner? Who you taking? Which one?
You said what?
3 goes across, 2 goes vertical.
Oh, like just
no, like high. Like it goes like on a climb route.
You don't take him because he has that safety.
You said you're gonna cover 3. Or cover 2.
You have the safety over the top to the boundary, so I would go to the what was the second? The vertical.
Vertical. Because what?
You have
because you have somebody that's behind you that can take this guy, right? So always think that in cover 2. If 2 people are vertical and 1 crosses your face, always take the second guy. Because if you take this first guy, now the second guy's gonna be running spot free, depending on what 1 does. If 1 stays vertical outside releases, you know your safety's gonna be pushing to 1 more. So we need to take 2.
So 1 flat.
So let's say if 1 was vertical. If one was in the flat, now you can relate more to that. And the safety can relate more to the 2. Stuff like that. That's playing above the X's and O's. That's some shit that happens on the fly. You like, oh shit, I see him, let him pass. All right, I'm on you. Now that's where the picks come. You're never gonna get picks in man. If you get picks in man, the quarterback's ass, or there's a late ass read, or your D line is fire. Like that. Like take the ball, you came down, picked it, stuff like that. What you got?
There was something in like cover 3 where it was trips, and I was like the backside hook curl, and I would take the 3 like the tight end. That's dangerous. That's not dangerous. It was cover 3, and I was backside hook curl, and it's trips. So like
you were away from the trips.
Yeah, I was away from the trips,
Mm-hmm.
and I remember I kept on yelling at my safety because he kept on taking the
You're a
tight
backer
end.
right now.
I'm a backer. Yeah. Weak side backer, and I was hook curl. And there's 3 trips. Like the third person was the tight end, and I would take him, but the safety be coming down too. I'm like behind you because there's another. They're running topper. What is that? Is there a call for that?
We always say weak hook drop. Weak hook drop in cover 3. you always think this progression. You have dig first. You always think dig from the backside. I'm weak side. I'm weak side away from the shot. You're dig, dig, climb, check down. So dig, boom. So dig didn't come to me. I'm looking for the climb route, coming over top. Then I come to the check.
It's kind of like how you were talking about with that.
Oh, you see.
Exactly. You always dig, climb, check. Those are the three routes. That's the three routes on the big change. Dig and climb as the weak side. Dig, climb, and check.
Backside, we used to be 3 up, like, be front flat, strong hook, 3 up, so we come across, and he's like running the post, you just start.
That's a safety.
Flying.
No, you don't have to take the course like that.
Or, sorry, like a deep cross.
Take out 20.
Yeah.
And let's say if one took the corner deep,
Right.
that's his third, so now the only person left on that deep side is you.
Right.
So that's why you just because usually when you get climb, you get burned by one. You want to clear out that, you have to take this guy, and that's when it hit that like sideline.
They tell us rally on the short.
So always think dig, climb. You got that?
Yeah.
What I said? What's that?
You talking about before,
What
right?
I just said. You're a linebacker, right?
Nah, I
No,
didn't
you're a linebacker, right?
Nah, I didn't get Oh, you talking about before? All right, yeah. You said as a deep third individual. Yes, you did. What he said, Chain? What he said? Nah, don't look at your face. What he said?
It's backer. You said it's deep third. He said the curl. He said it's dig, climb, then check
You
down.
asked the question, didn't even pay attention.
No, the thing is, I didn't get that. You right. No. Yeah, what was
Weak
that?
side back. Cover three. You think dig, climb, then check down. I'm not saying dig.
That's like a
So basically,
Fingers can't take that.
Climb out was dig and climb.
Bro, dig, climb, check down.
The climb is the
So
Why are you laughing?
because it wasn't
some
high.
good shit.
I'm saying like, if it
I'm
wasn't no dig.
Yeah, you're supposed
the climb forward.
So you said, so what is that boundary safety that, what is this drop? Like he got sinker block?
He's curl flat.
Yeah,
He's curl flat.
and then the linebacker
It's hook curl.
and the other side.
So if the safety's dropping down to the boundary, he'll be curl flat. Always think about it outside. Outside guys in the box are always curl flat. The inside guys are hook curl. One safety's in the post, one corner's middle, third on the outside, one corner's third on the outside. So we call that Rita Linda. So just saying that, we're gonna change alignments where he still becomes the inside guy and the outside guy still becomes the outside guy.
Should you cover down?
Yeah, if I tell you like if I call him like more than likely we would do that in a deuce set because we want a linebacker to have to fit that wing gap. You know what I'm saying? Bigger guy. We don't want our safeties coming down, having to blow up and they're closer to the line, they won't get to him. That's just saying like Rita Linda. That has to be communication to tell the guy, I'm coming down and pulse inside of you. You got the curl flat, I got the hook curl. That's all it is. We would have that based on formation. Yeah, personnel, who's in, what backers in, like, can he get to a hook curl? Because hook curl is harder than a curl flat. Because taking that climb route is hard as fuck. Because you gotta, if you bite up on run, that shit's coming, you literally gotta just turn your head, fucking get out of there. All right, boom, got that. Max cover 3. 8 man.
That's what I was talking about.
8 man. Middle of the third, so now we know middle third or what's your post?
Post. True one.
Is he in middle third?
Middle third. Cover 3. Don't get the match mixed up.
Because that's what when I'm thinking match, I'm thinking now.
Match
It
is
turns
just
into a
telling
man
you,
concept.
just telling you one side or danger on both sides. So
So like that roll down safety would be like a man essentially on two. And see, that was our true cover 3.
So most teams are like our blitzes. When we had blitzes with our cover 3, it was always match. Always. You can't really play cover 3 with not a match.
Only the safety was out and up, man. It wasn't that backside nickel. They both.
Both overhang and our blitzes. And on regular cover 3, we could just have one side, which is the match.
Okay, so all right, so the safety is still true third.
And then that would be your fire zone, right?
Fire zone. So anytime you really find match three,
Yeah, two go
because you're saying unconventional five.
right.
You're saying DB, you might have a D lineman drop out. But it's not your regular four down linebacker. You might not have your four down rushing every time. You might have a linebacker drop out and then a backer drop in and something crazy to fool. Something like that. So match coverage, don't think too much of it. You're matching. So it's more. Yeah, so the under players, the curl flat players are basically danger in two. If two goes out or up, he has it. If he goes in, he becomes his curl flat. All you gotta know is match.
That one where I got a check there, you asked me like a trips question pretty much. So how are y'all playing cover 3 match in trips?
So now you'll have it. So it's no longer, so if we're saying fire zone match third, or we're saying in our cover 3 match third. Difference.
What's the difference?
Match in cover 3, we wouldn't danger our cover, we wouldn't danger trips. And our 3, in our cover 3. Now in fire zone, we will have an Alf, who is an alley late flat, and we would have a hot hole, who is matching 3, basically. So which one you asking? Want to go over both?
I guess.
All right, then. Boom. Go and move just 2 by 1s. Just 2 by 1s.
Yeah, just trips.
All right, so in our cover 3, let's say they come out and then they motion cover 3, right? We have the danger on 2 by 2 away from the nickel.
But when you say danger, you're talking about when you say danger, that is specifically for the number
Okay, I'm
twos.
gonna say match away from the nickel.
All right.
So now he's out, and now he has 2 out.
All right.
So he's matching 2, right? Let's say they motion.
To trips.
Our safety's not coming with him.
No.
Because again, we're cover 3.
Correct.
So he's staying, now he becomes a curl flat. So now we don't need, now we're not afraid of what? Why is match a good call in cover 3? Why did I say that in the beginning? What does match?
You can match verticals.
Exactly. So now we're not threatened by what? What are we not? Exactly.
Because you got the nickel carrying.
We don't have the nickel carry. But
Right.
4 verts, what happened with a 3 coming over? Now we can play that way easier. You know what I'm saying? Because they're all gonna be bunched together. Our nickel is gonna get a rebound on 2, so we don't have to worry about him really with speed flying up on our corner.
And so now that nickel won't, it's like the safety was the danger guy at first, carrying the up and out. Now that nickel, he doesn't turn into the danger guy.
We're not worried about 4 verts spreading this out. All the 4 verts that happen on a trip are always happening. Like you have it basically becomes like a climb,
Right.
a 2 vertical, and 1
Right.
vertical. You know what I'm saying?
That's
So you're not worried about
safety with
literally,
drop under.
you're not worried about 1 outside release, 2 on the seam, 1 outside release. You know what I'm saying? That's what hurts cover 3.
The backside safety's still down though?
He's still on cover 3.
Yeah, so he's got to see that revert.
Who, who I said who has the cloud chip? Who has the big cloud chip? Which guy? He's the one who has to worry about 3 coming over.
He gets run
I'll
past.
just let it sit.
So now so worst case scenario, our defense, we would get caught out in the 3-man side after the field, we call it trio, and then they would just tell us backers to back up, you have number 2, unless 3 comes out quick. So is that what you're saying, like the out and up of 2, unless he goes in and then you look at the next guy out?
As the match on 2, right?
Yeah.
When I'm
So,
saying out and up, I'm saying if 2 runs and out,
yep.
I have it.
Right. And
If 2 runs a flat, I'm gonna leverage him and play high. Because
Right.
usually when 2 runs an out, you get a 7 by 3.
Right.
If 2 runs a vertical and does a 7, I have it.
Yep.
If 2 runs a seam, I have it. If 2 goes under, I'm going to a curl flat.
Right.
Right.
Right. So I guess that's the same thing I'm saying. And then if 3 came out, we would pick up 3.
Exchange. Pretty much.
Oh, you're saying like a push call?
Right. So if I'm covering 2 with all the scenarios you just said,
Right.
but if he goes under real quick and 3 comes out, I'm taking
Yes,
3.
I'm a curl flat.
Right. So you're picking up.
The only thing is, the only time, so now we're getting defensive. The only time you wouldn't do it is when.
Here.
No. If Three goes out fast. If three goes out and two does a vertical, when is the only time I wouldn't come off on number two? If you got
The sticks are like third.
So I'm match on
You said
two.
three ran out.
I'm match on two. Three is coming. Three is on a delayed flat.
We're not goal line. Oh, it's delayed.
Because what is happening?
Short timing.
The timing of the route.
How about
If
six?
three blocks, takes a flat pass,
Oh,
all
stutter.
that, does a stutter, the linebacker has to match three.
Right, yeah, we only take 3 if he immediately comes up.
Immediately goes up. That's the one thing I want to tell you. Don't always think, when I'm on match, if three comes out. Nah, if your two is vertical and they're on two different levels, always say if they're on two different levels, do not pass it. That's knowing football.
So like 2 and then the running back.
Yeah, it could be three could be a running back, it could be a tight end, it could be anybody. It could come from the other side of the field. You know what I'm saying? It could. We all got this?
Yeah.
So it's
We didn't do cover eight.
No. We're going to cover it. We're going to
so it's 2 by 2.
Somebody remind me before we. Cover eight is.
Back.
Or
That's a
the
little
match.
drag.
Cover 4 match. Just like cover 3 match.
So it's 2 by 2, right? So that 2 run the vertical. That X comes down to that's not you. Still carrying the.
I was still carrying this guy.
It's inside linebackers that to relate to him, though.
Huh?
The mic is carrying.
Because he becomes his what?
But what-
Usually when this guy, if this guy goes under, what's this guy doing? He's going down.
So he's the great.
He's the three.
Yeah.
Yeah, we fought. We good?
Yeah.
We followed? All right, bet. So let's see if we have this. Ready?
Yep.
You on match 2. You on 2. Boom. 2 does this. Now 3, fast motion before the play. What you doing?
Before the play?
Before the play.
You're leveraging that.
Yeah, I would fall off on the back. I would push through Y, X, reroute them, and then sit, and then the hook, curl, and work down. Hook, climb, down to check down. Fucking top down. I was work through it. Crossover, shuffle, back down. Yeah. Even for, so you're saying pre-snap, like I told you, our true cover 3 was like how you're explaining match. Even in post-snap, we were expected to fall off. We were supposed to hear an out call by that backer. So
I'm just saying,
Yep.
Yep.
You go right now.
What's your alert right now? Cover 3.
Push alert.
So if he does this, what you doing?
I gotta run with him. He's my 3.
Right. What you doing?
I'm hitting him when he comes across. I'm running with him. Yeah.
So what should this guy tell you?
Either an alert or in call or something.
Always think, when you're playing someone in a zone and man, and 2 people are close together, you have to be the other person's eyes by voice. You know what I'm saying? Because he might not be looking at you, but he can literally say, in and in, and you like, oh shit, I hear it. And that's where the communication comes in of saying, in and in, out, out, push. You can't just expect somebody to know that, oh shit, he came in, you're supposed to know. All right, everybody good on that cover 3 match.
Yeah.
We good. 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 Cover 8. The 7-man. We just cover that. Cover 8 is
I did cover it.
You did cover 8.
Yeah, I did cover it.
7-man or 8-man.
I think it's a 7.
Yeah.
I think it was.
Who makes it 8-man this time?
Who makes it 8-man?
Who makes it 8?
Last time you said the 8-man is the corner.
In what call? Or cover 8.
6.
Yeah,
6 and 9.
6 and 9 make it an 8.
Right.
The corner makes it 8.
Right.
But at cover 8, who makes it 8? Because it's a 7, correct? Who
Safety.
makes it? Safety.
Yeah.
What calls kind of that we went over like now?
Rio Linda.
Rexley.
Sorry.
Whatever you call it, usually that's what makes it the 8-man fit.
Right.
Cool. Cover 8. Everything's the same as cover 4. The only thing is that there's no passes once somebody comes in your zone. Cover 4, cover 8. You know how cover 4 is always, all right, the safety's not driving on a dig because he wants to help the corner out. Fuck all that, cover 8. Two comes in the zone of the safety. He does a dig, he's driving. Corner, you are by yourself.
So same as cover 4.
But just more match in
More
zone.
match. Once the routes will be running.
Once the routes are determined, safety's driving on 2, corner, you're on 1. If 2 doesn't out, safety's driving on 2, corner, you're on 1. That's what you guys call it. You call it cover 4. That's cover 8. It's just different. It's cover 4, you're in a zone mentality. You're thinking, all right, we're going to pass off everything. We're not driving on anything. Now, cover 8, that's what I'm driving everything. Nickel, you're matching underneath 2. You're not worried about, like, 2 goes out, you underneath. That's it. Cover 8's pretty simple.
They don't really run for it.
We had a person who goes of course run the line. You really don't run. Cover 8 is bad because you leave your corners on posts, bigs by himself, and 2 is away. Now if you get those packages, you have your 3 safeties, that's where you get into cover 8 because you got somebody. You never want the middle to feel.
When you say driver, your eyes and keel. So when we had drop 8s, we would have 1 droppers, 2 droppers, 3 droppers. So if I'm a 2 dropper, staying inside 2, and I'm looking at a QB break.
My eyes are on wide receivers and cover 8. Wide receivers.
So it's okay. Whatever we call
so
drop
your
8s.
cover 8 was cover 4. Eyes on the quarterback, more zone conscious.
Right.
On that.
Yeah.
That's cover 4. When our eyes are on the wide receiver, waiting for that big break, cover 8. So just in your head, just flip it.
Right.
He was getting fucked up by
Somebody will run, and then the guy will just.
So then we changed it to where he was just sitting. And then match.
What up, G?
Man.
Trying to. But yeah, I just wanted to go over those coverages. Anybody got any questions?
Good, thank you.
Good. Good shit. Next week.
Y'all mostly 5 down. Y'all usually drop like linebackers and cross left.
In our 5 down, it'll be more man calls. Because it would be, we would be in like, we're talking about bare fronts, you think. So we'd be in like, we would drop into cover 3, or we would drop in the zone into 1 high man, or we'd be in we would like maybe drop an end and go into cover 2. So anytime mostly in bare, you'd be in man coverage next week, we'll just review and then more just like a process. It's not really football. If nobody has some questions. If you got questions, come with them. If not, we'll talk about
We were trying to make teams.
Right. Yeah.
But we just called it cover 4.
Yeah, that's covered.
Appreciate it.
No problem. Ladies and gentlemen, the first time. The biggest thing is when people ask you questions like this, you can't second guess yourself. You're more than likely right. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta be like, all right, this is what the call that wrong. Like, that's why when I ask questions here, I want to sound like an asshole. If I'm not being an asshole, but those people are going to be an asshole. Even when you make it.
Even when you, or is that like just certain coaches?
Everybody's an asshole.
Everybody.
Just every time they can bring somebody in that can replace you. If you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, like even on practice squad, you get asked questions. All right, dog.
All right, You heard that? Nah, but you just did that and reminded me of the video. I'm smart when it comes to this football. Every man wants it. Yo, get out of here, bro. Yo, I'm a child. Like, wait, did you whistle that? Yeah, that was that good, man. No, but yeah, now you be on your P's and Q's. Man, your fart stink, man. Nigga. I didn't fart. I had some Chipotle. Oh. Oh. You know that's from? That's one of the things that I'm know. You do that, you it's from you ever seen Incredibles? Oh yeah. You know Edna Mode? Edna Mode. Okay. That was the lady who made their suits. Oh, the little. Oh my God. You know my kids here. We gotta fight. I want to know who was playing that. Yeah. Oh. Damn, man. Really see. Aquaman shit. Chill. I'm gonna cut it. I'm like, nah. Wait, what's your interview? It'll be all right.
Thank you.